District of its reformulation to the Athens Grafton Elementary School District. And I'm calling this meeting to order. However, we're going to take a brief recess because we're still getting some papers printed. So if Fact TV is on, this would be a good chance to not be on for a couple of minutes until we get it straightened out. So we're going to start with the folks who are online. Elise, this is your chance to introduce yourself and make us jealous that you're sitting outside. Elise, I can't hear you.
Okay. Hi, how are you doing? Elise Manning Sterling from Westminster. Actually, this is the porch. I might move out to the deck and I might move into the kitchen because I've got some pies to make for 4th of July.
I'm getting more jealous by the moment. Also online with us tonight is Angela. Say hi, introduce yourself if you would.
Hi everyone, Angela Cartier. I'm the principal at Grafton.
All right, and for those of us in the Grafton Elementary School building tonight, why don't we go from my furthest left and we'll do the circle around.
Krista Gay from Athens.
Harold Noyes from Athens.
Jack Fryer from Grafton and chair of this board.
Andy Haas, superintendent of schools.
Artie Merrill from Grafton.
Kathy Sienna Goodwin from Grafton.
Excellent. All right, very good. So first item up for us is adjustments to the agenda, and I understand we have a couple of them. One being an executive session. This is a chance to say that we're having an executive session for the reasons we have executive session.
Yeah, so I'd like to request an executive session regarding an employment and potential legal matter of which discussing it publicly could disadvantage the school board.
You want to put that under 8C?
Let's put that under 8C.
And then I don't know if I need to mention that, but for the at least the first part of the executive session, if that could just be the school board and the superintendent, and then potentially the members elect will join tomorrow.
Well, I do want to have an introduction. We can elect the members tonight.
Okay.
The additional members tonight. They have to be sworn in. There's a chance that Kim Record from Grafton can at least swear Kathy in, and I don't know if
I've been sworn in.
You've been sworn in, so we'll assume there's a time machine and you've been sworn in after you've been. Actually, you've been formally added to the board effective July 1st. So, right. And I've asked our soon-to-be new colleagues to be here tonight, and I'm delighted that they both are. So we will put on. What's the term? Nomination of new board members.
Sure.
And that'll let us have Kathy officially on. Yes, and we also have a contract signing that we have to amend.
So where are we putting those, Jack? Just looks like
so we'll put the new put that as a D on 8D.
Which one? What is 8D?
8D will be the
appointments.
The appointment of new board member.
Okay.
All right, and I also want to put on here as an item the buildings and grounds committee item. Because I'm going to appoint some people tonight, hoping I'm getting some volunteers.
And that contract.
Because this is actually the oath of allegiance, the so-called Freeman's Oath.
I thought it was the lease agreement thing.
No, and we can just buildings and grounds and have a sub item lease agreement. Lease agreement and yes.
When is Kathy going to take the oath and the allegiance? Because I won't be staying on for the whole meeting. And I was going to verify this notary.
Okay, you don't find these incredibly scintillating and worth hanging for?
I had some previous things to do, but
Listen, I'm open to a motion to move that item up right underneath communication and public comments. So we can do that, and that'll save you a little time. How's that?
okay, thanks.
Okay, so that's the list. And Andy, if I drift off that list, you would just remind me. I'll consider that a personal favor. Considering I don't seem to have a pen and I didn't write it down, I'm going to forget all of it 2 minutes afterwards. All right, thanks.
Just give it back.
This doesn't have your name on it.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Anyway, all right. So let's move on to communications and public comment. Is there anyone online? I'd be really shocked considering we had so much trouble getting this set up.
There's one.
Who?
I don't know if they want to speak, but there's at least one community member.
Oh, that's Nancy Merrill. I think
That's my wife.
No, Michelle Dolliff.
Oh, yes,
Oh, yeah.
Michelle, if you want to, if you'd like to speak, this is a great time to do so. Let me know. Your mic is off if you're intending to speak. We can't hear
Oh,
you.
she's muted. You're
Okay,
just not seeing it there. I can see it on my
okay.
screen.
Well, yeah, if you would like to come in later, we can just add we can put the public comment in the middle if that comes down to it. All right, review and approve minutes for April 14th and
Weren't you gonna
28th.
do the thing with Kim, with Kathy?
Oh, you're right,
In
there we go.
between.
I just said that, so yes, we are.
I didn't even write it down.
Wait,
Yeah, okay, this is,
I'm lost right now.
okay, this is
8D.
This is the 8D,
Moved up to 4.
yeah, and induct is, is drafting a new member for the board. And I'd like to introduce someone I've known for a very long time, back when she had a kid in school, same time I had a kid in school. Kathy Ciano has been active in community affairs since longer than I'm willing to say. And why don't you tell everyone a little bit about yourself so I don't have to, and tell us why you're interested in joining this.
I started in 1972 at the Bells Falls Union High School. And from there 3 years and did a program for kids for potential dropouts. And that led me to get my master's degree in guidance, and was in Charlestown Elementary Schools for 11 years, and then proceeded to the Central Elementary School and was there 24 years. So,
Something like that.
so my background is guidance and psychology. I have a son and 8 grandchildren, live in Grafton, and I'm also a select board member, probably my 4th year now, or going on my 4th year. And I also sub here on occasion, but I've been retired about 11 years from the school as the guidance counselor for Rockingham schools. And I did consult here when you guys didn't have a guidance person, and then you did have a guidance person, but it was brand new. I guess my heart is, I was been with young kids and kids with problems or needs, or families with needs. So, and I was hesitant to do this particular school board job only because my husband has some health issues, and we're working through that. And I'm very interested in being here to help the school.
Thank you, Kathy. So I'm going to entertain a motion to have us elect as our nominee beginning July 1st, Kathy Sienna Goodwin as a member from Grafton to fill the empty spot until our next our next district meeting, which we anticipate to be the first week in March of this coming year.
I move that we elect Kathy Siano as a representative from Grafton to the board.
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion?
Thanks.
Well, we actually have to have the vote first. So we'll do that. We do this whenever there are people online. We do this by roll call, by rule. So Elise Manning, you actually have a vote on it. All right.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, Hardy.
Yes.
I'm going to say yes. You have to wait until
I don't
tomorrow.
have a vote yet.
Krista.
Aye.
All right, congratulations. I believe this is your official oath of allegiance. Does she have to swear it out loud? Can we make her do that? Would that be really rude? Well, you're silent right now on this subject. Do you want to put your voice back on?
No, as long as I can see her sign it, that's fine. And then
Okay,
and she'll bring it to
why
my
don't you
office
step
tomorrow.
right next to me there, Kathy, and sign in all the stuff so we can say that this has been properly witnessed.
I was gonna say, I can do that if you want.
Thank you. That's okay.
That's really good. I like
trust you
that.
guys.
I like that.
And what's her term of office?
Her term of office will be from
Infinity.
July 1st. No. Until when is our scheduled town meeting?
Town meeting's March.
Yeah, March 2nd.
Okay, March 2nd.
There you go. So that's it. And Harold's is the same.
No, our town meeting's the day before.
Okay, then we'll have we'll try not to have any meetings to minimize confusion on either of those two dates. All right.
Do you want me to drop this off at the office?
If you would, tomorrow. And thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
congratulations.
Yeah. Oh, well, she knows better than congratulations. She knows what the gig is. That's why it took her so long to sign up. All right.
Actually, I was on this board years ago, as chair.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
What year was it?
Gosh, it was in the 80s.
Oh,
I was gonna say, that was before I was on.
Late 70s, 80s.
I was going to say it was around the time we moved up here, I think, and you were.
With Henry Mosley.
That must have been fun. I would have wanted to fly on the wall for that one. All right, so we are moving on to the review and approve public minutes for April 14th. The first question is, do people have copies of the minutes? Because I'm
Yes.
prepared. All right. So I'll entertain a motion to approve, and just to make sure, and should just make sure that spellings and stuff are all correct, because occasionally that comes up as an issue. I'm not saying why, just saying it does. All good from everybody's perspective? Then I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
A second.
All right, actually, any discussion? All in favor? We'll do the roll call again. Hardy's on board. Krista's
Aye.
on board. Elise?
Aye.
So we have unanimity. All right, so that's done. Up next is resignations and appointments, if any. We've got an appointment for PE director. Yay. Angela, tell us about it.
Yes, so I'm recommending Adam Altschuler as our PE teacher and also our ESSER funded Zenden/reset room. So he would be funded 0.4 out of the local budget as a PE teacher and then 0.6 out of ESSER. He comes to us from Kindle Farm. He spent 20 years there. 10 10 of those years, he's a good scorer. 10 of those years, he was the assistant director. And then the other 10, he spent as a campus supervisor. And then right before that, for a couple of years, was a teacher. And the hope is that once he's given a contract, Adam and I will meet to plan and design the space that's going to be used as our reset space, and plan to purchase anything that we would need in order to better support students. And we're making the previous men's room that we then turned into an isolation room. Gary and Bob have already begun to take out the things in that room. So that's going to be the reset space. So the sink is being taken out, the toilet's being taken out. I see you're smirking. And so we're hoping to get some sort of flexible furniture in there and have it be a nice little sanctuary for kids to be able to reset and get back to class.
Just didn't know, thinking about the toilet and the timeout room, but I decided not to go there.
The toilet's gonna go.
Okay, very good. So do we need to, these are usually announced positions. We do, I don't remember if we formally approved these guys or not. Because it's a contract, I think we do.
Contracted.
So, and what is so it's a 0.4 year what?
0.4, 0.6.
What, I don't have it in front of me.
2.4 of his position would be funded out of the local budget, and then 0.6 out of that.
What's his degree and what step?
Yeah, the degree and step. Because that tells me how much he's getting paid, and that tells us that's why we're here to.
I've got it right here, Andy. No, it's just his letter of intent doesn't say it.
Have you already offered him the gig, and at what salary? Do you have that? That'll be sub.
I can hang on. He's a master's +4, I believe.
Okay.
But let me just double check that, Jack, just before I say that.
Yeah.
So he has degree in science from University of Delaware, BS, and then he has a master's from Antioch.
All right. Yeah.
So yeah, he'd be.
A number of people have been in the system for a while. Probably know Adam. I don't know if you've crossed paths with him, but he is an add to the system. There's no getting around it.
So 13.
It says he's a step on his drafted contract, Andy. It says a step 18.
Yeah.
Okay, 18 masters. Well, okie doke. So we need a motion. Maybe we already started to do that, to approve the hiring of Adam
Alschler
at a master's 18.
I'll make that motion. I make a motion to accept the appointment of Adam Alschler as a PE teacher at the rate of master's plus 18.
Right, and that would be a 0.4 out of the local budget.
Okay.
So, question. Okay, great. Oops, that's family. 2 seconds. So, hey guys, I'm in the meeting, so I'm going to talk to you later.
Okay.
Anyway, so have we done the roll call yet? No, we haven't. Elise, what say you?
Aye.
Well, all right. Hardy?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, it's unanimous. So we will welcome Adam to the Athens Grafton School family. All right, moving on to old unfinished business for discussion and or action. ESSER update. Who owns that? I'm guessing you do.
I can own it.
All right.
So we got back recently concept approval for the playground for Grafton.
Mm-hmm.
So Angela and I have a meeting scheduled shortly. What is it, next week, right, Angela, or is it the week after?
And you're muted again, Angela, just so you know.
Yeah, the week after next, Andy.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. And so what we'll do at that point is, like, they've done a lot of the legwork already, so it won't be as arduous and stuff like that. But like, we just got to look at, do we need any permits and stuff like that? And then what do we need to go out to bid for? If there's, I know you've had a group working on this, so we need to take a look at that. If there's any one piece that's over $5,000, then we have to push up for equipment approval on that one piece. So anything that's over $5,000, we have to get equipment approval. But once we have some harder numbers and everything, then we can push up for project approval. And then once we have project approval, we can go ahead and break ground, kind of thing. So that's the process, so to speak. But
we hope to get that done before the school year starts.
I mean, I think it would be really great to have it in by then, but I don't know how fast it can get in with contractors and things.
it's also, the purchasing, like, so once part of the unfortunate is you get these stutter steps, right? So you start something and then you got to wait for the state to catch up. And like, I happen to know, just because I was talking to someone today, a lot of the people who are doing all these approvals, they're off right now. So, it's going to be this piece of getting caught up to them. And so once we get like, yeah, go ahead, it would just be a matter of wherever we're purchasing equipment from, purchasing it and get going on it. So
sometimes it takes a while to ship too. It could be a couple months out with shipping as well. So I think it'll just depend.
But the process is rocking and rolling at this point.
Yeah.
All right. And
I think we had spoken when you come to that thing. One of the things
that was the meeting that we talked about yesterday. Yeah.
Where we talked about that. And one of the things that I remembered after the fact was the biggest thing that held up this building was that lease agreement, because we couldn't.
That's right.
We couldn't expend federal dollars at this building because we didn't own the building and we didn't have a long-term interest in the building because of the way the lease had been written. When
it was a year to year.
When we sold the building back to the town, and so it took some legalese to get that cleaned up and fixed up, and so now we have the ability. So that's what really hung up any projects here.
Well, there was also the sort of grandiose thing that ended up dying on the vine with the pavilions and all that wild stuff that was.
Right. But I mean,
yeah.
I was recalling, why did we kind of get to the stop here, and that was the big reason. So
just as a point of reference, one of the reasons I want to get our buildings and grounds up and rolling was so that people would have an eyeball on the proposed improvements there from here. And I'm not sure, I don't want to be delaying things, but I also wouldn't mind if my about to be Shanghaied buildings and grounds team got a chance to look at the thing even for a few minutes, say, yeah, it looks good to me, or
and we would do that. And then the other piece is we've gone out to bid to have a company come in and do a facilities audit of every single one of our buildings in the SU. So we got the bid back. We only got one bid, which now means we have to go up and request a bid waiver. Ricky will tell you that's a fun process.
Does it cross the 40 threshold?
This one would cross the 40. But you push up the bid waiver. But I guess it seems like when I get involved, it goes a little faster. So I'll be more involved with that. So
I like it when you're involved. Okay.
So things are moving. They slowed down right around the graduation time, just because there was very little time to have meetings and stuff like that. So we'll be kickstarting that here in July.
All right.
So,
but that's helpful. So, are there any further questions? There might be.
I have some.
Yeah, go for it. That's what we're here for.
Do you have? You must have some kind of design thought of what you want to do, have you had teachers and the parent input with it?
I'll defer to Angie on that one because I think she has had a team on it.
Yeah, we have a playground committee that's made up of, I think 4 parents. And that's how we crafted which pieces of equipment that we actually wanted. And then there were a few extra things that I threw in, like some trash cans, just sort of things like that, a little mud kitchen. But the larger pieces were determined by the committee.
Any other questions?
Well, it's important that you guys find contractors, even though you don't have everything complete right now. But it's really hard to make sure that they're on board.
Yep.
But you have to get a sense of who they are and are they available. Even if you give them a, it might even be in spring before you do anything.
Boy, I'm hearing somebody volunteering for that Buildings and Grounds Committee when we set it up, and that's good because you're. It's not going to be a shock, but you're on that list. So, all right, that sounds like reasonable advice. And I'm going to, when it comes up, we'll talk about who's going to be nominated for the Buildings and Grounds Committee. But I think we've heard from one of the nominees. So I'm going to indulge everybody because it's a small board and we run things a bit informally. You know what I've not included on here is I don't see the principal's report. And principal's here, and I don't know if you have material or if you have anything you want to talk about, Angela.
Yeah, when I didn't see the principal's report on there, I was like, okay, I guess I'm not going to report. And I do recall that I do that at the second or the first meeting of the month, that second Thursday. So I don't officially have anything prepared, but I can answer questions or,
Does anybody have any questions? I have one, Angela, and this actually is a Buildings and Grounds thing. Do you know about the change that's been made to the gravel driveway behind you?
Are you talking about the path?
Yeah.
You told me a little bit, but I wanted to ask you more about, can we use that now? Can we walk back there? Is it?
Yeah, I believe in about 16 days you're gonna have
Yes.
good news.
Yeah.
Not
yet.
But
Gravel path.
Not yet.
Behind the building here is a traditional gravel pathway that walks you from the parking lot to. And the reason I was asking you because your name came up as a very pleasant person to talk to from our butter. So I'm just wanted to. I don't know, who the various hands were on the process. I know Bill Kearns was one of them. I took my swing also just to get to know our new neighbor better, but. It is my understanding that the old boundary line basically was at the front door. In fact, it might have actually been a foot inside the building, and it is now. It now will be where that fence line is. So we'll get our path back, and we'll have full access between the street and the back parking lot. Sometimes a skating rink behind us. And that's a really nice thing, and she was really quite wonderful about it as it all turned out. So I just wanted to let you know that A, it happened, and B, you were part of why it happened. So, all right, moving along and back then to 7B, which is the review and approval of policies.
You want me to go through them a little bit?
Why don't we at least give a quick summary, and if people need more detail, we can do that.
So excuse me, the policies have been posted for a little while now, more than 10 days. But the first one is the prevention of harassment, hazing, and bullying of students. All of these are required policies that boards need to have in place. And so this is just an update of that policy. And that we follow, so it's the process that we follow. So the one that follows it is is the procedures, because those are mandated by the state of Vermont. So it outlines the steps that any student would take if they were reporting hazing, harassment, or bullying of students.
Now, do these have to be updated every year?
No, we're trying to get on a 3-year cycle.
Okay.
We got off that 3-year cycle, so we started with the ones that were required. What we refer to as the Hhb policy was updated through the state recently. So you kind of have to go with when the state updates them and stuff like that. So that one's pretty tight. Like you can't, like, you're not supposed to change a word in there.
And technically procedures are yours. We don't.
Only except for some of these ones that the state mandates how the procedure must be followed.
All right.
So. Do you want me to go through all of them first?
I think a summary like that,
Sure.
on what, and if there are any that someone would like to pull up, because we have gone through some of this previously. The SU board has done this now, the required 2 times. And when they're mandated, it's not like there's a lot of debate, if you know what I'm saying. But a couple of these that people may have some questions about, because they're things that come up.
Right, so I'm going to actually pull this one up because I don't know it as well, which is C11, the freedom of expression. So let me just pull it up so I can read to it. So this policy basically just says that we believe that students have the democratic right to express themselves in free speech and free press protections related to school-sponsored media, and to encourage students to become educated, informed, and responsible members of society.
Yeah.
So
and it's also applicable federal and state law on that.
Yeah.
It's very well written. I'm not sure who wrote that, but it's very well written.
Sometimes they actually do a good job.
They did. That one is a really good one.
The prevention of sexual harassment as prohibited by Title IX, that is another one that is mandated, that as written. And Title IX has to do with sexual harassment. So on top of the harassment, hazing, and bullying, the Title IX piece has to kick in. So if we have a complaint that has to do with sexual harassment, we have an appointed person that then looks into and does an investigation. And if it's a Title IX violation, we have to report that to the state. So that's what that one is regarding. The policy on Section 504 and ADA, grievance protocol for staff and students and staff. Again, that's a federally mandated, that outlines that we have a grievance policy for any person, so student or staff, who might have a need for accommodation under the Americans with Disability Act, and that's Section 504 is part of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which allows for reasonable access type of thing. So, and then F34 is not a required one, but that is the flags on school property that we have been discussing. That policy would limit the American flag and the Vermont state flag to be on any of our flagpoles.
Now, so that's for all the schools?
So, but each board has to adopt
right.
policies.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yes, but it would be for all schools.
Yeah.
All right.
Or all properties that have
Right.
to deal with the school, so.
And if are there any questions on any of these? Because I'm otherwise looking for a motion to adopt all of them and apply.
Yeah, just a
Yeah.
question on, you have the policies, you have procedures and outline for enforcement.
Yes, we have to have all that, so. So we have ongoing procedures and policies, and so as the policies are updated, then we have to go back and update our procedures, so.
And I know you have it all on your computer. Do the board members have all those policies?
The policies are all
They're actually all
online.
our
It's one of the
website.
things that wasn't the case until fairly recently, and it's supposedly fixed. And
But
this is-
right now,
yeah.
the website is going to be down for a little while. There's
No,
going to
I
be,
just saw that.
there'll be like a boilerplate one that you can get to certain links to policies, I believe. Ricky, correct me if I'm wrong, you can still get to the policies.
Not long now.
They've been posted for a while. There's been multiple public meetings.
Yeah.
about
No,
that.
but just in general, all of
Just
our
to be able to-
policies.
If we hear something and we
Yeah,
want
yeah,
to
yeah.
renew ourselves, renew
But we're
policy.
also, we're updating our website,
Right.
so it's gonna take about a month of transition, but
Yeah.
people will still have access to those
One
policies.
thing I do want us to be able to do, and this includes agendas going forward, is like our town agendas and our town policies, I'd really like them stuck on the local town bulletin, the town hall bulletin boards, because there's an Athens one, a Grafton one, Rockingham and Westminster, and it's, it may be old school, but I think it's both respectful for folks that aren't necessarily looking for policies to, walk in by the mailbox and see that there's been a change. It's a good way of communicating to the community that we're doing this stuff. I want to just speak very briefly and carefully about one that's created a lot of controversy, and this was about flag stuff. And we got a lot of guidance from council, and it was really helpful to have genuine lawyer on the policy committee when we looked at this stuff. And Krista, correct me when I mess this up.
If you won't.
One of the things that we learned is there is this public forum question, and maybe that's not the right words, but when you
Do you want me to explain it, or
yeah, would you? Because you'll do a better job than I will.
So under the First Amendment, you have a right to free speech, and the government can only limit the right to free speech under certain categories at certain times. If the government creates a public forum, which means that they're allowing people to speak, they're allowing people to give opinions,
allowing people to fly flags.
Yes, allowing people to fly flags, then you have potential First Amendment implications. Because what happens is the government can't be like, okay, people, come speak, come do something, but I'm not going to let these people speak, or I'm not going to let these people do things. So one of the issues with the flagpole was if you were allowing people to submit proposals to fly certain flags, you could arguably be creating a public forum because you're allowing people to come, and a flag is a version of speech because it conveys an idea. So the way that the policy committee went was we're not gonna create a public forum, so that therefore we don't have First Amendment speech potential liability application. And so the only way to keep it not a public forum is to say we're not going to fly any flags other than the
official standards,
the federal flag and the state flag. So there was even talk of flying POW, but somebody pointed out that a POW flag is an idea, and so we weren't even going to fly that one. And so it's not that those flags aren't important or that those flags aren't warranted. It's just we're not going to open it up in any way so that there's not any public forum potential.
It turns out, because I did a little research, non-lawyers should never do that, but in fact this has been litigated to
No, there was just the Supreme. There was just the
just
decision.
a recent Supreme Court that really broadened this point. Right?
And I was right.
Yes, you were right, and I pointed out to many people that you were right about this. That where in fact folks were petitioning to fly other flags, some of which were considered very offensive by local boards, and they lost the ability to censor them. You know, so basically, if you want to fly a BLM flag, you should be prepared for flying spaghetti monster flag or whatever else.
Confederate flag.
Confederate flag, you know.
You're stuck on the spaghetti monster, aren't you?
I really am. I've used that as the example multiple times.
What happened in the
recently.
Supreme Court case, just in case anyone's wondering, was there was a flagpole in Boston. And so it was like owned by the city of Boston, and they had a policy of like, hey, we have this flagpole. People from the community, what kind of flags do you want to fly here? They submitted, so there hadn't been a problem for a while. They'd like approved everybody's flags, and then somebody came along, wanted to fly a flag, and they were like, no, you can't fly that one. And the Supreme Court was like, like you opened it up for free speech, so you can't tell certain people they can't convey that idea. So, and that came out after I advised the board. So.
well, this is some point that I made to, to other boards, one-on-one, made it to teachers that I thought understood this, apparently didn't, very recently, and students. And I know that this has been the occasion of some fairly colorful meetings at the high school, but I just wanted people to understand what this is not, that we don't, care about the issues that other folks care about or have any position on it. It's just that the flag is not a place where we're prepared to make an open forum, and we hope everyone would understand and we could move on.
And students are still, this does not ban flags or pictures of flags or depictions of flags on school property. It's just the flagpole.
Right. And there are lots of flags at the school, on school property. So, if people are curious about that, go to the high school and you'll see all sorts of stuff. So there you are.
What about flags in the room, like the American flag? Some classes do not have American flag.
This class doesn't have one.
That's First Amendment stuff that's protected.
And like I said, we have always made it a point not to, we don't have flags in all the rooms. We don't have a lot of that kind of stuff, but a lot of schools don't these days. And it's just, that's a different discussion for a different night. But I just wanted to let you know what the controversy was, the rationale for the decision, which didn't really get reported all that accurately. And even though Susan's small here is usually pretty good about it, that got garbled up. And I just wanted people to understand it. So that was, forgive me for killing another 10 minutes of people's time, but I wanted folks to understand what was going on. So I would entertain a motion to approve all these en bloc if somebody would like to do that.
I move that we approve policy C10, C10P, C11, C12, C14, and F34.
I second.
All right, round the horn we'll go. Elise, what say you?
Yes.
All right, Hardy?
Yes.
Krista?
Aye.
All right, we think we've got it. All right, moving on. Got a
New business.
New business. All right, a new business. 8A is VTVLC. So tell me about what's that about?
Is that the virtual stuff?
That's
Oh,
the
I'm sorry.
Vermont Virtual Learning Collaborative.
Am I out of order, by the way? Somebody correct me.
Yeah, the times and dates of.
You have time and dates.
Yeah, all right.
board
Well,
meetings.
I just, because I know we're gonna have to come back to that, so.
all right. Well, let's deal with that anyway. The traditional times that we've had have been first and third, second and fourth.
It's been the second and
and
fourth.
fourth Thursdays at 6
With the
here.
second one being.
Being at the.
All the other
yeah.
boards have had the second one being their
preferred
main
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we've also, the last time we adopted this, the second meeting was at Westminster, or the first one was at Westminster if we had to. So I'm assuming that unless they wanted to come, we probably could have them. We should have them all here. So
You're
we
welcome.
can,
I don't know if you're welcome anymore.
Yeah.
I think we should have them all here.
I think that'd be a good idea. With new members, I want to make sure that the 6 o'clock thing isn't a hardship. It was originally designed to get us out of here early, but it hasn't always worked.
Are you saying 6 p.m. on the fourth Thursday?
Yeah, essentially second and fourth, with the fourth being for real, the second being optional. So I just lost 10. He didn't even ask. I want this to be known for the public record. All right. So I need, and because we are changing one of those meetings from Westminster to here, I need a motion to change the times and date and places from 6 o'clock and 6 o'clock on the second and fourth, with the fourth being mandatory, and the facility being Grafton Elementary School. So can I get something to that effect from somebody?
Sure, I make the motion that the Athens Grafton School Board meet on the second and fourth Thursday of the month at 6 p.m. with the Thursday that falls, the fourth Thursday of the month being the preferred one, and that we meet at Grafton Elementary School.
Could I
Yes.
ask for a clarification?
Sorry.
No, but
From a lawyer?
It's the Wyndham Northeast.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we haven't changed the name
Sorry.
yet.
Wyndham Northeast Union Elementary School.
That's right. Yeah, we didn't
Sorry.
change it because we didn't want a claim to be made that we had abolished.
Elementary school.
Yeah,
Northeast
yeah,
Union.
WNUESD, Wyndham Northeast
Y'all.
Unified Elementary School District. I had it on our list of things to fix in our district meeting, but was advised at the last moment that it might be considered a abolition of the old district. So we wanted to put that one aside for a term. So, all right. So there we go. We have a motion. I need a
Second.
vote and a second. And I need a vote. Hardy?
Yes.
Krista?
Aye.
Elise? I mean, I know you don't care.
Aye.
All right, so that's been passed.
All right.
So now we're moving on to the 8A, VLC.
So I'm not 100% sure why this is on here, but I mean, I can just inform the board that the Vermont Virtual Learning Collaborative was awarded some ESSER funds, and so they are offering free access for this year only for K through 12 students, or basically K through 8, because the high school already accesses them, but K through 8 students to be able to take virtual remote learning. And the way it works, because they have to offer it free because of the ESSER funds, because you can't receive any tuition with ESSER funds. But what happens is it's through Act 77, which is the Flexible Pathways Act. The student ADM remains with the local school district.
For those who don't love of acronyms.
Average daily membership. So that basically means that we retain the dollars that would typically come to us. So they stay our student, we don't transfer them to a new school.
So we don't get hammered if people decide to take VTLC, which was a real concern.
So does this mean that essentially students can homeschool virtually next year through VLTC and
Yes.
not physically come to school?
Correct.
It means they'll have that option. I will say that we had a whole bunch of folks do this during COVID, and a whole bunch of folks found out just how hard it is to manage that process. And the thing that I would advise folks who might look at this is really do need to consider what you're getting yourself into, and that the transition from VTLC to physical school is not without its complications. So if you're doing this, you're doing it for the semester.
Yeah, it's not a.
Yeah,
It's not
and I would say about 80% of the folks who tried it found out just how hard it was.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying not saying don't do it, but I am saying that our budget folks should be relieved that we're not going to get killed if they do it. And two, but if parents do want to take this option, know what you're signing up for.
So just a question. So a student can't do 3 days in the actual school and 2 days virtual learning then?
No.
They have to do either or.
So, well, it's a little more complicated than, so because of the way it works, they actually could potentially they do offer a full curriculum, so PE, art, and all that stuff, they do offer it, but there is some parts of it where there could be a collaboration with the physical building and VTVLC, so the student might come in for PE or something like that. So it's all up to how the parents want to agree to it, and also how the districts want to agree to it. So it's a collaboration piece. So if someone wants to come in 3 days and be there 2 days, that might not be able to work, and so therefore we can't collaborate to make that work. So, but basically it's a first come, first served basis.
There are limited slots for this.
They have limited slots. They need to contact VTVLC if they're interested in it. VTVLC will give them the form, they fill out the form, they get the form back to me, and then we can move forward with it. So
you have an agent right there at the high school, for example, or at the school buildings that will take care of the VT?
No. So it's on the parent. It's not on us. So what they need to do is they need to contact VTVLC to get whatever information they need from VTVLC. And it's a form, and they fill out the form, and they need to bring it to me.
Okay.
So I can sign it, and then I get it back to the parent, and then the parent brings it to VTVLC. And then until then, they are still registered at whatever school they're supposed to be at. So, and then what happens is VTVLC notifies us on a regular basis that student is attending. And so then we record it in our attendance, so that way we get that ADM.
So this has to do with your office and not like the principals of each of the schools, you said?
It could be at the office, but we want to move it to the superintendent's office just because we're here, especially during the summertime, not that. And so
we had it as the preferred method during COVID, that this went through the SU office, and just because there really were issues of truancy, there were issues of people slipping between the cracks. We want this to be owned by the folks who got the resources doing it.
Yep.
Okay. Are we still dealing with the audit thing? Did we not?
I thought we
approved that.
Yeah,
So
you're good.
that's an artifact, right? Okay.
That was in this.
Thank goodness. We will have a discussion about RHR at an upcoming meeting, but we're not having it tonight. It'll be a very interesting discussion. All right, what do we got next?
So we have executive session, and we have the buildings and ground.
Yeah,
it might flow better if we do
I think I'd like to flip that around. Last night we talked at the supervisory union. We talked about creating, not only making sure that everybody had B&G committees, but also making certain that that they met together at least on a as needed basis, because a lot of the ESSER stuff and a lot of this facilities audit really requires all the different boards to work together. You know, we're doing a lot more of that, like our negotiations has been done that way. And actually, I forgot negotiations. We have a contract for post, at least an agreement. Maybe not a contract. Contract's next, but we do have an agreement with our.
Is this only with the teachers, or is this with the parents also?
This is with the paras. We also have, and this is a good part, and somebody called me out of order for this. We have got it set up now where they will have teachers' stuff will be done on year X, and the paras and non-certified will be done year Y. And we have a proposal before the joint committee of the boards to take that third year for training and for prep, so that we learn what our other boards are doing in our area and really come in to negotiations like a professional executive compensation committee would in a real company.
Yeah.
So
Much different than executive compensation.
no, but you understand the
Yeah.
idea here is that we're going to try to make this a little less ad hoc, a little bit more professionalized in terms of our approach to labor issues. And you'll be hearing more about that in upcoming, but it's something it was on my checklist of things I want to get done this year, and we got it done.
Good job.
So, anyway, back to where we were. My apologies. We were
Supposed to pull you back, Jack, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. So we were on
Buildings and
buildings and
grounds.
grounds, nominations. Are there anybody that wants to put their hand up before I nominate the two people I'm going to nominate? Not seeing a lot of super duper enthusiasm for
I thought
this.
we already had, I'm
I'm
not skirting the question. I thought we had a buildings and grounds.
We have
on it.
Lynn, and I don't think we appointed anyone else, and I said I would. And I'm going to add to that by appointing Kathy Ciano to that, because I want, and I would urge her to get together in advance of her official first date, if she'd like, to at least take a peek at the plans for the playground. And Lynn may not have known about the meeting tonight. I'm sorry about that, but we want to at least make you a committee of two, and go from there. Lynn is a fabulous person to work with, so I'd like that to happen if you don't mind. So with that, we are on to executive session as our last item for the evening.
Yeah, so we'll need a motion to go into executive session.
We will need a motion to go into an executive session.
I make a motion to go into executive session regarding an employment and potential legal issue that the public knowing about it could disadvantage the board. And I would also move that the people in attendance are the board and the two members that were sworn in that'll be taking office tomorrow. And the
Do you want
superintendent.
the superintendent? in? I
Yeah.
think that would be a good idea. All right. So with
Gonna stick
that,
people in the waiting room, so just give me a second.
yeah.
Or well, you go ahead and do your motion or your vote.
Does anyone
Yeah.
second that?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
All right. All in favor, do a quick roll call again. I don't expect action to come out of this tonight, Elise. And, so if you feel the need to go do something more important, not that there is anything more important than what we're doing. I heard about pies. You can drift off if you'd like. All right. So all in favor, Elise, you're up first.
Aye.
All right, Krista?
Aye.
Artie, aye. Okay, so we have,
Give me a
and we
second.
have everybody, and we'll get this all set up.
Oh, he's good. Oh,
So-
we have to come out.
We have to come out in order to adjourn.
I understand that, but you also have, did we make any decisions?
We have nothing that there's been no resolutions made. I will simply state that our next meeting will be on the 2nd, when we get there. The second meeting, we have comments, and then we'll have the announcement of the next meeting, which I'll do, and that will be to announce it'll be a
You're out
next
of
meeting
executive
and
session right now, just so you know.
community forum. Hi, everybody. We're out of executive session. And of the next two items on our agenda, there was no action taken from our discussion this evening. We are up on next meeting, which will be the second,
July 14th.
July 14th at 6 o'clock. This meeting will be structured as an open community meeting. We will have regular business like opening of the meeting, but that will be the principal agenda item. I urge all teachers, all parents, all members of the communities of Athens and Grafton to come. We will make accommodations for them, especially if you'll let us know here on the campus at the school, and obviously online. So our next item is director's comments. So are there any director's comments?
Not
It appears that we have no director's comments, so I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move they adjourn.
My second.
All in favor of this? And sometimes it's controversial. No, it's not. We got 1, 2, 3. Elise, are you in favor of going and finishing your pies?
Yes.
And we have adjourned.
And
Thank you all.
I would like to say, Jack,
yeah.
it's been a pleasure serving with you and Andy and all of you. I've got like just a few hours left and then I'm off the board, so.
I do want to thank you and David for stepping up during the last little bit of our unified district. And I also do want to thank all the really quite wonderful folks that I've got to know in Westminster during the period of the unified district. I enjoyed it a lot, not enough to unwind the divorce, but enough to really appreciate it, and it's been a real positive experience for me and my compatriots. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Night.
You gotta turn that off.
I unplugged it. I did it the quick way.
So you unplug, you're good to go. All right.